Oh, I do. Okay. Um, Not entirely sure what I'm going to do today, so we're just going to see what is going to happen. I think I want to start with B2B SaaS Kit because they just fixed this issue, and I think that was the last blocker for B2B SaaS Kit, and hopefully that's going to be like really fast, and I can do some other stuff. Okay. I also want to do a bit of music. I don't know how to do it, like not distracting, but I will try. Okay, so here's our plan. Oh, I guess I restarted my computer. Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh yeah, it crashed. I think it was just like closed laptop lid and it just crashed. Okay. Okay, B2B Sasket. Okay, so this is the branch where I was trying stuff. And I think my just like preview didn't work. Yeah, so branches for Astro 3. Okay, switch to Astro 3 then. Yeah, I was playing with HMR. Okay. Okay, so there are more problems than just deploy thing. So we want to update everything. Okay, so what do we have? Yeah, so I think this is like Astro Vercel. Release. Okay. I can't find where the fix was, so this is Astro Core. Interesting. I was under the impression that it was like Astro Vercel. Yeah, so let's update just the Astro itself. HPM, two versions of HPM. Seems like too many versions. Okay, why do I have preferred PM? Okay. Okay, there's just one preferred PM. Okay, it still has two versions of it. Why? Okay, there's some kind of beach PM. Yeah. Did they ever... Actually, I already had this issue with Astro before. I was complaining that they installed like two versions of the same package. Yeah. Yes, that's what it is. Okay, update Astro to fix. Okay. So now, let's see. Deploy. Also, someone said that my videos show up if you search Astro SPA. And this is like a very old video. Okay, this one is mine, this one is mine, this one is mine. Okay. Yeah, I think I should capitalize on this somehow. I think it was tech support. Okay, so it built. Yay! This works. This works. Even this works. Well, kinda. Yeah, probably uses like production version. Okay, so this is good. So let's not touch too much stuff. Since it seems like it works. So one function, everything else is static. Okay. So now let's figure out why all of this is crashing. So no such file or directory. Okay. Not sure what's happening here. Okay, interesting. So it tries to install a yarn with frozen log file, but ES build that I'm using is for Mac and on CI for Linux. Okay, never had to do that before. Okay, let's just try to Google it. Okay, this is not helping. So here's built. Okay, so I wonder if they have the option to rerun it with new cache or something. Okay, and do the other ones crash because of yarn as well? Gateway. Yeah, this seems even worse. What is this even? What? Okay, some kind of ESLint stuff. So at least install works, which is good. So yarn lint. Cannot find module TypeScript. Interesting. Did Astro drop TypeScript dependency? Don't remember how to go to like older version. Yes, it is. Interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. It's actually fun because they do say that still, I think, in their CLI that they will use TypeScript, but it's not there. Okay, ESLint is complaining because this TypeScript version is too new, but it works. Okay, what kind of other test we have? Prettier. Prettier not found. Okay. So command is prettier not found. Was it also dependent on prettier? No. Okay. Something had changed in the format. Interesting. Okay. What's the other test? Prettier. TypeScript. Okay. So what do we do for TypeScript? TypeScript, we do CI check. Oh, interesting. This is curious. That's crazy. Okay. Astro check is a new module. Creator is a separate dependency. Yeah, I bet you don't have to like do that in PNPM. That's why they didn't even like mention it. But still fun. Okay, so need to install module Tailwind. So yeah. Oh, not Tailwind. Tailwind CSS. Okay, so we did have Tailwind. What's going on then? Okay, collection type only. Okay, so type only thing I noticed with other project as well. This was changed. Okay, let me figure out how I'm going to commit all this. Okay. So one interesting thing is should probably just quit VS Code for now. Okay, so what? Did they make it private? So the module is type utils. So if I'm in Astro package JSON, yeah, I think they made it private. Well, yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I can figure something out. So what I'm thinking now is that in Astra config, For QGP, we use okay, so this is QGP website. Yeah, so we use this checker thing. Yeah, so I wonder if you can use it with Astro. Maybe their Discord or something. Okay. Need to not open it. I think it shows like your DMs by default. Okay, so nothing in their Discord either. Okay, let's be pioneers. So let's go to plugins, I guess, Meet plugins. Something is like not working. Okay, and so this is the plugin. Okay, now we'll start this thing, go to port 3000. Okay, it shows there here, nothing here. Go to the app, environment, okay. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't show UI, but it shows errors here at least. Does it show it in console log or something? Yeah. Yeah. I wonder what is like not happening there. Okay, so TypeScript is not happening. That's definitely a thing that happens. Okay. Yes, they have a website. Configuration. Okay, overlay. Initial position. Terminal. Enable build. Enable checking and build mode. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we want to do overlay, I guess, false. Doesn't work with Astro. Terminal true and build false. We already checked that in CI, but it's curious to check actually. Yarn build. Yeah. Doubler. Okay. Yeah. So it didn't do anything. So if I say true, yeah, it checks it. Yeah, but it could be a good thing that you can deploy. Yeah, okay. So let's start that. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it doesn't do overlay. I wonder if they have any questions about it. Yeah, you can add it manually. Okay, so if I go here and I just import this. Right, the port is wrong. Oh, it worked. Interesting. Okay. So if I have a layout and I can, yeah, I can create a component for type checking. Yeah, it has to be kind of like similar to post hoc, right? So I have this post hoc. If I just do checker overlay and this is just what it imports. I guess, yeah, type module. Okay. So if I just do something like import meta and def. Okay, yeah, it's there. Cool. So I do okay. So this is the plan and it runs type checking and here it is. Yay. Yeah, it's unfortunate that all of them are like in the same place. So maybe I can move it around a bit. Yeah, so like position. Display none. Yeah, so let's try wedge style. Opacity. Okay, So now let's see. Okay, so here's the style, and right now it's bottom left. So if I just add left, yeah, something like this, and bottom, something like this. It's going to be perfect. Yep. So they don't conflict with each other. Yeah, kinda. I mean, you can play with that more. But now I can click and go to stuff. So it's used as type, and if you do this, okay, no underscore. So what is per body module syntax? Okay, so fix this. Oh, someone's chatting. Hi. Oh, that's just bots. Yeah. Okay, those bots make me look into. Yeah, so if I block it in the restream, it still show. Oh yeah, it has here, but it's probably still Twitch. But oh well. Okay. So we have this type, and then we have this type. I don't know why links are not working. Seems like some kind of like odd module reloading bug. Okay, so let's say that this is also a type. Okay. Interesting. I wonder why it wasn't complaining before. Right. So, okay. So it doesn't know that it's a string here, I guess. Right. So what is CSS? CSS is fetch text and can promise any. Interesting. So say that it's string. Okay. Okay, this seems to be like last bug, and the one that I don't know how to fix. So doesn't Zod have something like that, or TRPC? So import. Oh, I guess I can just see. Okay, so first of all, where do I use this type? Line type. Okay. Didn't have, yeah, this one in the astro file. Okay, so the checker thing doesn't know to check astro. Yeah, and I wonder if I check it here. Will it check astro here? No, but it adds, so 9:23 to Wait, okay, half a second. So it's a half a second delay for running it here. Okay. Yep. So this is fine. So we're doing CI check, I think. That's the one that was crashing. We'll recheck that in yarn CI check. Yep. Okay. So props blah 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 may be converted to a scene function. Okay, this doesn't seem like an error. Why am I getting it? Import conflicts. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's not that crazy to fix, but what do I do now? I think this is what I'm doing now. Okay, so type type. Okay, this one's going to be interesting. So now they name your like this thing. So you can't do that anymore. As setup. I'm upset. Okay. Okay, that was FAQ. Now the props. Yeah, I wonder if I can just like disable hints or something. I'm running TSC emit. I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, I guess it's yarn TSC. No, emit. Interesting. It's astro check. Yeah, at least it's not crashing, but I'm still not happy with this. Okay, watch TS config. Yeah, why are you showing it then? So if I do error. Yeah, still shows it. Yeah, I'm not I'm not sure what that option does. It doesn't seem like much. Let me figure out how we're doing this. Because some of those changes I can merge kind of like outside of this pull request, which is usually good. So all this stuff where I just add type, that could be good. Okay, so D here is that use type only import for types. Now Okay. Okay, let's see if any of that works. And maybe. Okay, so how is RCI doing? Okay. So this to work, this didn't. Why? Why is it not working? We changed the name, maybe. There's something sinister above my channel name. Okay, what is it? just tell me what you think. Oh, interesting. Almost impossible to fix parasocial. Okay. Actually, I think I ran parasocial fix through like ChatGPT once, just to see what AI thinks that name is. And should I try it again? Why do you think Twitch stream Twitch channel, I guess Twitch channel name is Parasocial Fix. Yeah, I don't remember in what context I was doing that, but I remember it was like, oh, I guess it understands it. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So this is. By the way, let me know if the music is too loud. I can't really check that. So yeah, fix is like a solution, or in this case, it's kind of like a dose. So you go on the internet to have your parasocial relationships and like parasocial interactions, and this is one more place to get your parasocial fix. So yeah, it went a bit wrong about like offering solutions. I don't think there's any solutions. It just you have to suffer through that, like the rest of us. Okay, so we have some merge conflicts. So okay, interesting. So didn't know how to do it. Why didn't you know? Post hoc. Okay, you just remove post hoc. Right, the post hoc should be just after overlay. Right? So remove post hoc from here and accept incoming. And your post hoc here. In Cyberpunk fixed me in segmentation. Yeah, I'm using it more in a kind of like probably like drug related thing where it's like, oh, get your fix here. So I don't know. Yeah, define fix. Yeah, this is like one of those. The shorter the word, the more meanings it has. Yeah, so this is presumably, right? Like all the people who are on the internet, they are like all addicted to the internet. And so this is the play on that idea. Okay, so let's see our CI going. Yeah, I haven't played Cyberpunk. I started playing on Stadia, and I got through, I don't know. I think there was like a mission to attack some like a big factory, and you do this with this Japanese guy, and I don't know if I even like finished it. I think I just started it, and that's where I ended my Cyberpunk, because Stadia shut down and I don't have a game outside of Stadia. I basically like don't have a computer that could run it. Okay. I mean, maybe Cyberpunk Mac 1. Yeah, I don't think they have like a Mac version. So, okay, so I think we fixed it. It was much more stuff than usual. This is definitely like non-trivial amount of stuff. And this is my simple and like small project. Everything else is going to be like much more complicated. Yeah. Okay. So there is another part of it is the HMR part. Okay. Okay. So it works. Now Now let's just see what I'm even testing here. Okay, so I was only testing it for solid, I guess. Okay. So now we have allocator just doesn't work. Fortunately. Yeah, so I have this one, and if I change something, yeah, it's changed right away. So let's go look at some let's look at some application code. And what do we have here? So it kind of works. Now let's say that I have this support. I want to do 1, 2, 3. Okay, it looks like it worked. So if I have prompts, interesting. So it's like it's still in pending state. I don't know why it's pending. Okay. So I'm guessing we broke some stuff. Yeah, so I can change something here without like losing my iframe as it was before. And I don't even have to configure anything, right? This is just default behavior. Yeah, so Astro 3 is actually fine. You can get stuff like this. Oh no, actually I did change stuff, right? So, oh, okay, I just added Astro. So, oh, sorry, solid. Yeah, so let me remove all of this stuff. Let's switch back to this branch. And yeah, let's restart everything. Yeah, and just see my experiments again. So I'm here, I'm writing support 1, 2, 3. Yeah, everything works perfectly. Okay, so why is prompts not working? So if I go to prompts directly, oh, I think like my database was, was shut off. Okay. Yeah, paused. Okay. Yeah. Which is not the best user experience, right? When it's just stuck in the loading state. Don't show the error message. What request is actually happening? So if I'm in settings and I go to prompts, it does this. Status 1. So data now. So I guess it's just stuck and it tries to restart. Yeah, I'm not sure how it should work. Okay, so registration complete, and yeah, so everything works. And yeah, so I think the problem was that if I write something here and if I go edit messages, yeah, so if I test if I can change this, it restarts. But this is more the way that I wrote the application, I guess. Probably have some good some kind of logic that resets the state. And because I didn't have HMR before, I didn't look into it. Okay, so far I'm liking what I'm seeing. And so we have B2B Basket, have pull request. Yeah, so let's say that it's ready for review. New Astro 3.0. Okay, so add type when importing. Otherwise, it tries to use it as a value. Some stuff got renamed. So what's happening here? Use inverse cell because otherwise it requires a pay plan. Astro 3 uses 4321 port by default. We have 3000 in docs, so I change to 3000. Specificity of CSS of scope CSS has changed, so I had to redo our link style.
Do you like the song? What the f was that?
Astro check. Prettier and TypeScript have to be explicitly installed now. Have error reporting similar to QGP app. What we had in QGP.app. each file declares a component with creates a hidden component with the same name, so you can't use value sign up in a file named signup.astro. Okay. Type simplify was removed from astro assets. Yeah, this one I didn't know. Completer, I guess we're just like using new version. We use new version of creative. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay, so that wasn't quick. So it was like a bit more than an hour. So what else was I thinking for today? Okay, so where did I write it down? Okay, Astro Go. Yeah, I wanna do some video about Bond. In a sense, I kind of like already did it. I don't know how much I want to say something new. So the difference is that since then, a lot of stuff works in Bond now. And I have this project where I use Bond to deploy to Netlify. So maybe I can just update that project. That could be a thing that I do for Bond. Yeah. So it's on my GitHub. Bond. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so just like update of the same thing that already works, right? So GitHub, no, public GitHub driller key. Okay. Oh, interesting. I have like a Vite version as well. Do I link to it or how does it work? I completely forgot. Yeah, I forgot what this project is, I guess. Cloning the repo? Why it's called cloning the repo? Yeah. I guess, yeah, let's just see if it still works. I can do development. Did I kill this one? Okay. Why is it running on the new port? Okay. Right, so yeah, doesn't seem like it works. So where do we get index HTML? Yeah, so this is their thing. They didn't really talk about bond create anymore, so I wonder if they kind of duplicated it. Okay, I have beat branch. Okay, so how would I do this? So what's the point of beat? Like, why are we even doing beat? Is that for build or what? With build, but with spawn. Okay, and that one is create reactor build. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to restart this a bit. So the main branch is going to be or React scripts, I guess. Yeah, so this initial commit is the one that is like borked. And the point there was that you would use bonddev, but I don't know if bonddev is like a real thing. Yeah. Probably doesn't work anymore. So let's just... let's just go kind of like more V route. So I need to reset my history. Okay, so just know how to do it. So we're going for yeah, something like this. One create width. Okay. Yeah, so this doesn't work. We need to do just create width, have TypeScript. Okay, so React, TypeScript. Okay, so and if I do -t React.js, yes. I think it's stuck a bit. Okay. So let's say. So let's say. Interesting. So it still left all the files in. Yeah. We need reading, I guess. Example app how to start with bond. Yeah, should I just do Vercel? Is the Vercel the fun one or bond on Vercel? Okay, this works for me. Install command, build command. Build cache is not used. Okay, so Vercel has its own problems. Let's not fix that. Okay. So I guess I want to remove everything except for scripts. Maybe git ignore. Okay. How to quickly deploy Bun React project to Netlify. Okay.
Break it down.
Okay. Okay. So let's do this. So revert readme. But there is something really cool there. Oh yes, lint. Yeah, so let's ignore that. Okay. So we have this. Right. This is a template showing how you can use Bun deploy to Netlify. We are using Vite and React if you want to change this for your project, please do. Also we have examples. Also I have two branches with some different approaches. You can check them out. Yeah, so the point, I guess, yeah, I need to change this. Yeah, this is going to be wrong because it's React scripts now. And yeah, so the other is going to be Bun dev and React scripts using Bun dev and Vite. Or prod and Vite. Okay. You can clone this repo or just follow the steps below. So create a new React project with using bun. Right, so for that, okay, so once you did this, so bun this cd read project, bun install, bun run dev. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that they haven't removed it yet. Or did they just forgot to update my bun? Yeah, it's interesting. So they did remove it. Yeah, so let's test bun create then. They did remove it. Okay. This is tricky. Okay. So if I do bun create feet. Yeah, let's not. Bun def. Keep in mind that bun def in bun 0x was a different command. Okay, so that whole, yeah. So those both branches are not going to work. Yeah. This is not references, but what is it? Note on bun def. This repo used to, yeah, I have like Stack Overflow pointing on it and stuff. Okay, should update that. This repo used to use bun def, which was deprecated in bun 1, but you can still see those branches. Okay, so that's the thing. Yeah, I guess I don't have to do that. I guess like requirements. Or higher. Okay. Yeah, BandDev works now. That's fun. Yes, it's a funny part where I just forgot to update Bond and was thinking like how to update it. Okay. Yeah, so we do this. Yeah, so for development we are using we're using beat and running through bond. You are not actually supposed to notice any differences. Yeah, so I guess if bond def is read, if I get it read config and I do console log bond, yeah, okay. Okay. A few notes on bun versus bun. When you run bun dev, it will use bun just as script runner, and your feed will actually be running in Node. If you But if you run bun dev, it will use bun JavaScript runtime to run Vite. If this all sounds crazy, just do this. Yeah, so I think, yeah, so since I have like Vite config, I can just do like echo to Vite config, right? I think it should work. Okay. this doesn't actually matter as much as you think, since this is since it only affects feed plugins and such, your users are just going to get the same feed. They're going to get the same. What are they getting? They're getting the same application bundle, no matter what runtime beat was using. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is important clarifications, I guess. Okay, so clarifications, then requirements. You can clone this report, just follow the steps below. Create new React project with Vite using Bun. Development. So Bun dev. Open 5, whatever that is. Yeah, so yeah, I wonder if we can just edit dev and say something like bun run feed. Yeah. Yes, now. Yes. Oh yeah, that's the new project. Yes, now let's go to this. And yeah, it is pretty fast, so like, I don't know. I don't know what you have to do to see that it actually works faster. You need to have like a huge dependency and stuff. Okay. So development. So Okay, interesting. I haven't run bun install here or something. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let me try again. So I create a project, go to this, and I do read command not found. Missing script. Okay. Okay. No, I've been more done this before. Okay, so all of this is kind of true. So we need development build, and so for build it's just bun. Yeah, so it's bun run build or bun vid build. Okay, so it's 2 seconds, or if I do with node, with node is actually faster. What? And npm, npx, whatever that is. Keep in mind that okay, I think I got Jared. So from Jared to JLRK build. Okay, so it was probably whenever I was doing this repo, so yeah, December 22. Yeah, let's just see. Let's just see if that was on my other account. Yeah, that's an workspace stuff. Should probably check it if it starts working. Yeah. Okay. So can't find the link, but it's still true. Okay, so how do I put it? Keep in mind, but so bond, this one. I guess like after it. Keep in mind that on, run, build, or even. Okay, so we have this. It is actually like a hyper find. Yeah, hyper find. Yeah, so yeah, so let's say so hyper fine warm up and 2 and bun help. Okay, so now npm. Okay, so bound is 60 times faster. Okay, right. So now let's say bond run build, bond run build, npm run build. I don't know if I can rely on those values too much. Okay, so bond run build run faster. Yeah, which is kind of like what I would expect. or even npm run build will probably be faster, running faster. Let me say it again. Currently building V using node run time is faster. Shock. So what's going to happen if I should I do it as a screenshot, I guess? Yeah, that image thing is not great. Yeah, so let's copy it as text. Okay. Okay, so now Netlify stuff. Make sure to connect your repo to enable automatic builds. Yeah, so I guess, do I have a repo? Does this thing have a repo? Okay, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Oh, I don't have Netlify installed here. Wow, that's fun. How am I going to test it? Okay. I should bot install, but then ban run build. Okay, so I think that should be it. Right, so if we run this, will it actually work? Yes. Okay. Right, so like not everything is. Yeah, I can't really do that, I guess. Yeah, so I'm missing git ignore. So when I copied stuff, I should also copy git ignore. Okay, amplify still in git, not in git ignore. Okay. Yeah, so that okay, so I can do this. I can git reset soft head. Now I can commit this, and I can say this, except for readme, I guess. Yeah, maybe I should copy readme. Okay. Right, so now can I do something like this? Git cached. Yep. And so git ignore. Amplify and scripts. Okay. So wait. Okay. So now I can do this. So let's install Netlify CLI. Okay. So Okay, so NTL. So what is going to say to us? Status. Okay. Bun netlify. Okay. Welcome to React. The like button here. Okay. So netlify it ignore. Okay, it's not a yes. Okay, so right. I guess it's just there. Okay. So that's readme toml build and add it to app.js. Yeah. Okay, so in our case, it's not app.js, but TSX, right? And everything is red. Okay, I'm not sure why everything is red, but let's ignore that. And so if you want to do dev, we will be doing bun run dev. Okay, probably log file, right? We need to add log file. And where's Jared? Log. Yep. So yeah. So if I edit my thing here. Okay, so now, okay, it still doesn't work. Why is it not working? Yeah, I wonder if that's because I'm using like a third-party div thing. Maybe it's because it's like a first version of the file. Okay, and so we're going to do okay, so run dev. It works. Click to learn more. Plus one. Okay, so can I make it a link? Okay, it doesn't have underscore. Underline, I guess. Not style. Oh, it's not reacts. All right. Oops. Decoration. Okay. Text decoration. Okay, good thing that no one asked me. No one asked me that at my job interview, right? So it's GitHub, hierarchy, on Netlify. Okay. So let's do this. What is bond logo? You can click on logos. Okay, I think that's kind of like enough for me. Oh no, it is so much. Okay, so this. Yeah, so it's bond, run, build. Okay. So want to add that Stack Overflow thing. Back to the how to use bond with Netlify. Okay, so what was the original question? So I made ban up using, now I'm looking to deploy the production. Doesn't work, specific command, not a convention. Previous bond was Netlify. Yeah, this is like no longer a good answer for that. Yeah, so in vconfig where I have this console log bond, I want to do type of bond equals undefined, then do nothing, otherwise bond. Okay, so now if I npm run build, yeah, just true, which is okay function is an object. Okay, so false, and now if I do bond false object. Cool. Okay. Okay, I should just update this answer, I guess. Yeah. How to use bond with Netlify. Bond. New bond. update project to bond 10. Okay, so let's push it. Minus F. No one is looking. I can do that. All right. So now let's think about how would I edit this. Okay, I'm not logged in. Yeah, thanks now. Right, so now let's say that I want to edit it. Yeah, I don't know what's the best way of editing stuff. Do you add it on top? Do you add it on the bottom? I guess it's like original answer from whatever December 2022. Should probably make it a bit bigger. Then I don't need bold. Okay. Updated and we're for bond 1.0. Bond create and bond def were deprecated in 1.0. Okay, so how is my... Oh. Yeah, this one. Okay, so deployed. How do I open it? Set status link open. Okay. Deployed in seconds. Upgrade panel were deprecated in 1.0, so this so updated answer is going to ignore that part of the question. Okay, so I've made my panel, blah blah blah. If you plan to use bun with your React application, you are how do I say if you plan to use bond user applications, the recommended way is to use it with Vite or Next wheat, next, etc. Mostly as a drop-in replacement for npm or node. I created a template project that uses wheat and uses bond to deploy use the bond in development and production. Simplify. And I would recommend you keep in mind that most of the benefits from using this approach is actually going to be savings of running bond install because running a wheat build with bond is slightly slower at the moment. But those benefits, but bond install works could be 2 to 10 times faster. There's going to be savings from running uninstall because running wheat build with bond is slightly slower at the moment. Right, so as for the links, so let's say a template project is going to be a link to right. I should probably add this. Where's it? I lost my GitHub stuff. Yeah. So okay. And right, so this link is going to be here. Right, so this link now needs to point to the branch. Okay, I think this is good. Updated answer with new template link and with new business answer to be correct for bond 10 and with new template link. Okay. Okay. Right, so updated my ban on Netlify template. Yeah, so I wonder how. Okay, do I need to deploy anything? Right, I need to redeploy the other branch. I need to redeploy this branch, which is a branch called feed. Yeah, I guess I will need to update all of them. Yeah. Okay, I just want to cause a new build and push -f seems like the easiest. Yeah, so I just want to see it with hot cache. How long does it take? Should have been done by now. 17 seconds. Yeah. Okay, updated my bond on Netlify template to this is my unamplify to celebrate Bond 1.0. It uses speed now. Okay. Yeah. So let's go update those links. So the point is to switch here, I guess. Yeah, just in README. Danger. This version of the solution has been deprecated in Bond 1.0. Yeah, and I guess just use this one. See this instead. Okay. Right, so now notify. Right, so this is fine. They readme or 1.0. Okay. Now let's go to Vite and so in Vite we do kind of the same. So the branch is going to be this one. Yeah. For JavaScript, yeah, JavaScript branch. Yeah, but now we need the same danger. They do. Okay, cool. So now if we go to band amplify, we still have links to that, but they say danger. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's 15 seconds. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So initialize, yeah, doesn't. So it's 18 seconds, and this one is 19 seconds. Yeah, so it's like a 1 second difference. Oh yeah, I wanted to say about this one as well, right? Should I? Is it really a place to talk about it? Maybe. But the main point that it like doesn't work, right? So Yarn. Ban I. Next. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, maybe next time. Weird. Why is the native one slower? You have a chance to figure that out. So you're saying this, you do have followers. Yeah. Yeah, I actually wanted to write a joke about this and like I forgot it. Okay, let me try to write it again. 5 easy steps to get a job in 2023. Yeah, so what was my post? Do I still have it somewhere? What was it about? August? Yeah. So 40 quote tweet retweets. Um, um, learn some wearable skill. Post post that you are looking. No, this is not the right format. Post that you're looking for a job. Twitter. Reply to a bunch of DMs. Yeah, this is like so so frustrating because I had like such a concise such a concise like joke for this.
I am a tyrant that you should trust, and you should let me run your life.
How do I want to put it? Start working working in 10 plus years ago. Get 5 followers on Twitter. Suppose that you're looking for a job. Reply a bunch of DMs. Get 40 retweets. Reply to a bunch of DMs. Yeah, I found the job tweet, I think, got a lot more yeah. Or did it? Yeah, it's kind of the same ballpark. It has more likes but less retweets, I guess.
Because I do know what is best for you.
Yeah, I hope I can remember that joke that I had in mind at some point. Yeah, I wonder if I should have that. Yeah, so how does it look right now? Development. Build. Oh, this one should have like a 4. Okay. Deploy. Okay, so how is our... is it fast? Okay. Is it fast? Almost as fast as Node. And just link the Jared stuff. Yeah, Copilot is having fun. Okay. Let's see if that works. I have this git shove command. That is almost as git push minus f. Okay, so oh, interesting. It's not clickable. Okay, why is it not clickable? Because we are inside of HTML. I see. Okay. Almost as fast as Node. Yeah, you can still click on it. We'll probably... slightly faster. Okay. How was Go components thing going? Yeah, so I wasn't sure if I would have like time for it. So if there is any interest, I will have like a bit of an update. Is it fast? Well, almost as fast as Node. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. I just had that screenshot for the README. Okay. Doing something similar with Rust. Oh, interesting. But I wanted to start with streaming SSR first, just for fun. Working on proof of concept of Rust weekend. Okay. This is remix, but with Rust loaders. Yeah, so there are like multiple ways of doing that. So like remix with Rust loaders is definitely kind of like where my mind goes. There is this project called Bod. Like once I saw it, I started thinking about all of this stuff. They use it's structured more like a, how do I say it? It's structured in some silly way that looks a bit like Grails or whatnot. So like I'm not a fan, but just the idea of like, hey, we can get the request in Go, we can run SSR through V8, and then you can pick up in Swell. That's kind of like a cool idea that I wanted to play with. The thing that gets fun with RCs is a different language, is that you will be writing server components in one language and client components. Yeah, so like that language thing is is interesting, right? So I have a lot of experience with Astro, and in Astro you do kind of the same. You write your server components in .astro files and your client components in like .tsx or whatnot, right? So in your React. And if you want to move some code between React and Astro, sometimes you need to rewrite. But Astro also allows you to have like not hydrated components. So you can write it in React, but call it from Astro without client directive, and it will turn it into just HTML, right? So so maybe if you already have your React component and you're like, oh, I want it to be a server component, you don't have to rewrite. But it's definitely true that if you started from Astro and you want to turn it into a client component, then you have to rewrite. The cool thing that it does some sense because most scaling companies use Go server and JavaScript. Yeah, so I don't remember where when I said it, but yeah, so API. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember what I exactly said, but I have this like thread about like kind of like history of everything Go. Oh, sorry, everything kind of like web related. I wonder if I had it somewhere there. JSX syntax in Go really yucky. Yeah, so it's definitely in Rust. I looked at like Leptos, and yeah, it's a bit nicer. And I also like did a bit of like Erlang and Elixir. It doesn't like look too good there. I have at least 2 accounts, right? Just maybe I'm not showing my other ones. So yeah, so the point that I was going to say is that we get the blame, like React components, React developers are getting the blame for like, you guys are like responsible for everything that is bad, but it's actually like the backend developers who decided to do everything as like API server instead of HTML server, right? So Go has pretty good like HTML templating and all that stuff, but it's still the expectation is that it will return JSON. That's the language of the backends, right? And I don't even know what the story with like Rust and HTML, for example, because do they do HTML and Rust? It feels like everyone who's doing backend, they're like, no, we're just doing APIs. You do your HTML like by yourself. You do your CSS by yourself. We don't want to do that. I'm not saying that everyone was like that. Of course, I don't know, like HTMX and stuff, like they still exist, or like Ruby, right? So like this is kind of like a backend language, and people do HTML there, not JSON. But I have talked to like PHP people and that stuff, and they are like much more excited about like doing like API backend than HTML backend. It seems like that, at least. So everyone kind of like 10 years ago was so excited to do microservices and do this like REST or protobuf or whatnot, kind of like APIs instead of HTML APIs. And now like React is getting the blame for doing everything on the client. But it's like you guys decided not to do anything on the server because it was hard. Because you need to solve like all the same problems that like I'm trying to solve in my Go thing, right? Like how do you write HTML? How do you make sure that you can like hydrate it on the client then? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at your project and we are going to see what do you have. So last month, okay. Also, let me look at your picture. I'm trying to know if I like have seen it before. Okay. Your photo on your photo you seem like pretty young. Or what's your situation? Are you working? Are you like a student? Okay, so what's rapid? Okay, rapid is how it works. Okay. Render interface React, help integration, blah blah blah. So are you writing that framework or are you just using it? Okay, so you have your React stuff and your Rust stuff all at the same time. I'm out of school, a long time, startup founder. Okay, whatever that means. Okay, so nothing to see here. Okay. So this is some kind of web, right? So you have web Vite, right? So you have to run some. I guess does it start in Vite then? So who is accepting the request, right? So in Vite it's like some kind of like Vite SSR. It sounds like you would accept the request in Rust. But all of this is TypeScript. So it's right. So yeah, explain me the SSR part because do you actually do SSR? Okay, there's loader. Yes. Okay. So where do I look for it? I guess packages. Yeah, all of this so far is JavaScript. Where's the Rust code? I guess if you're using this library, maybe it does everything for you somehow. So it starts at, okay, so this is Rust. And this is SSR. Okay. I clicked my way there accidentally. Okay. But this is something really good. So lazy static. Wow, this is so noisy. Okay, render to string. Okay, this is better. So we take some kind of entry point. Handle scope V8. Okay, so we create V8. I guess we can send like scripts and stuff. You wrote React DOM server in Rust. Yeah, I'm just starting to look into all of this stuff, and it's an interesting proposition. Okay, so I'm struggling a bit with like where the entry point is and where the kind of like application starts and the framework starts. Okay, so we have V8. We're sending SSR. We're sending us. Okay, it returns a string. Okay, this is just a test. Okay, so the point of the test is to. What is this equal to? I don't get it. or yeah, okay, return SSR. So you check that what you got here is the same string. Okay, I don't get it. Okay, I need to work some perf metrics, but it's really fast. Sure. So in this main file, it's not a framework yet, just a proof of concept. I intend to expand on more. Okay. So we have main tactics, which for me it sounds like some kind of like a REST thing, right? So it presumably okay. Scope endpoint. Yeah. So presumably you have /API/endpoint, which is probably just like some JSON. Do you call that from client? Web server, and entry point is spa. Yeah, so I'm trying to understand how all of this starts. Yeah, so hello is just presumably just some JSON. Okay, but you have this spa, and where do you? I guess this is where you define it. Oh, nice. Absolute pass. That always works. That's the you have to do that sometimes. Right, so you define your server here. You start on 8080. You have some static assets, which I understand. And you start your spa. Then the spa is right. So this is emulating some kind of like talking to the database or whatnot. So like get server-side props. Then you get some kind of HTML template. Then you get some JavaScript template. Yeah, I wonder why you need HTML template. SSR outlet. Interesting. So you don't SSR the whole page. You SSR just some amount of page. I guess index HTML. Yeah, so you have this, and this is SR outlet. Okay, so this is closer to how what is it? Vite SSR works, because kind of like remix louder. Yeah, because next, which is kind of like I had to look into a lot. to understand how like the external components work. They do a lot of. By the way, if you're like free to jump on a call, we can do something like that. I just wanted to say that, like the difference is. Oh, okay. So I'm not sure how it's going to work on the stream because like I haven't done that in a long time. Also, we have a bit of a chance because the link is going to be like public that someone will just try to join it. Okay, so let me try to remember how I can put you on a stream. So I need to put it here first. I already do desktop sound for my music, so we're already kind of like halfway there. The only thing that I need to do is to add window capture. Okay, and it's going to be video. And it's going to be window capture for Chrome. Where is it? Okay, can't find it. Oh no. Okay, this one. And okay. Okay. Does it make a sound yet? Video. Okay, I think it should work. So if you can join the meeting, I think it should work. I guess I can send you the link privately. Okay, let's just imagine that no one will click on it, but if they do, I will. Sound echo and stream. Okay, that's interesting. So I know that like this plugin sometimes is doing stuff. So let me try to close it. Okay, did I fix it? Yes, okay. Yeah, I had this issue before. Okay, I'm muted here. So, okay. Yeah. So let me know if you can join, and we I can ask you a bit more questions. Yeah, for now it's like two of me. Yeah. So what I was talking about is that this looks like how VTSSR does it, and it's a bit close to how Astro does it. So when I do kind of like applications in Astro, I would do something similar as well. So and here is like why here's why Next doesn't do it. I mean, do I know why they didn't do it? So they want React to be responsible for head, and they want to synchronize it with streaming somehow. Okay. Okay, so you have joined. Hi. Don't hear you yet.
There we go.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Should be able to. 1 second.
But because we don't have anyone who is watching the stream, we don't know if the audio is going to work.
all good. I can let me listen to it and see.
Yeah. Okay.
It works for me.
Yeah. So I see like the levels, so I'm just assuming that it works, but who knows what the volumes are and all that stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. So nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise. I've kind of lurked around in like a few of your streams. I don't know, but I think I saw you on Dev Argerwal's stream a couple
Hmm.
times, but I'm good friends with him. I actually live like right down the street from him here in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Oh,
So
that's
yeah.
cool. I met him at React Rally. They had like 3 days, I think, conference, and I didn't get a ticket or anything. I just like drove there and joined like few after parties. And
Nice. That's cool.
yeah, and I also applied to
Yeah.
clerk.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I actually I bought a ticket for React Rally, and then I didn't end up going.
Oh,
So that was one of the conferences where I it actually happens a lot. Like I just like I want to go to it, I'll buy a ticket, and then find that I had a bunch of other stuff I had to do like right when it was up. But I think I've wanted to go to like 6 different conferences this year already, and only went to one. I went to Remix Conf, and that was the only one, and it
yeah.
was actually good. There was a lot of people there actually,
Yeah,
so
that's. I was
it's good.
also planning to crash that one, but kind of like was busy with other stuff.
Okay, yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they had like a whole like React core team panel or something there, which was cool. Like last minute too. They weren't even on like the speaker list until like the day of the conference or like a few days before. So that was a cool surprise.
yeah, so your video keeps kind of like jumping up and down. I don't know why it's happening, and like I never seen that issue before. So at least we have your sound. I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's all good. I it is it like blurry or is it just like cutting in and out?
Yeah, I don't. No, it just kind of like gets out of the frame. I used like a different setup before for calls, so I don't know. I don't know if that's it or okay. This is my like second channel, so we're not going to go too deep. Probably. Uh, it becomes bigger for some reason. Why is it doing that? Okay. Anyway, so just to go back to this like HTML stuff, the problem with this approach is that React is planning to kind of like inverse the control a bit. They want to make sure that kind of like components could set like head tags. They can say set maybe like title or OG images or something like that, and they want they need to synchronize this somehow with um, with like streaming, because in streaming you need to do there are like few important events, I guess. Let me just try to write it down because I will probably mess it up myself. So the first is like you get the like initial request, right? So you didn't start anything. So once you started something, you first send a response code. I don't know how it's called, like HTTP code, right? 200 for 404 and all that stuff. So this is the first kind of like important event. There is actually like a header that you can send before status. Someone was talking about this recently, and I forgot, but it's like prefetch headers or something like that. Are you like familiar with what I'm talking about?
Not really. Are you saying like some HTTP response before the request is finished, or like an options request, or
So, you know how like in Next, when you hover over the link, like it already
oh,
tries
like
to
the
download it?
prefetch?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you can do that as a like a meta tag, or you can do this as a server header.
Remix does that. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
So those headers, like some of them, I don't remember like exactly, but some of them can be sent before you can send the response code. And this is just some part of like HTTP spec. And I don't remember like the names of that.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I forget them too, so that
Yeah.
makes two of us. But yeah.
So in terms of like how it works usually, right? So there is some stuff that you can send before response code, but usually you need to send the response code. And then you need to send kind of like a first byte of the response body. So before you send the first byte, you can send headers. If you send your first byte, if you send like doc type, right? That's going to be like the first byte usually. Once you send that, you can't set cookies, you can't set like all of that stuff. That's how like just like HTTP response is ordered. Once you send it, you can do that. Once you send the response code, you can't send you can send like another response code, right? So if you started streaming and you got 500 or 404 or whatnot, you can't change that anymore. This is this is the response that you're getting. And React introduces this kind of like a new dimension for that. And I try to kind of like understand that, but React has in a sense of just like slash hash start body, right? So this is like another cutoff for React. Before you send the last HTML head, you can send respond. HTML head tags. So, and I try to like understand how all of this works. And the point is, I think it was a my Twitter. Where is it? I post too much; it's impossible to find it later. Okay, it wasn't that long ago. Okay, I can't find it anymore. Maybe it was just a link. So the idea there is that they talk about like how render to pipeable stream works, and
Hmm.
like basically like most of the article is about how to do is about how to do this kind of like head management. Yeah, I wonder if we can just like find that. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, I wonder if that's the same thing I was talking about or not. So there is like on shell start, on shell ready, and there is something ready. Yeah, I wish I had that link.
Oh, there's actually some decent render to pipeable stream docs. Dang.
I mean, there are docs for everything, right? So like React.cache, for example, it's just like just hope that
Yeah, I
it's
honestly
there.
haven't seen these.
Yeah. So how do I find that link? Maybe yeah, I don't remember, but just to kind of like keep this structure, right? So this is what this is like the problem that they're solving. They want to have all kinds of like this separate stages, and if you're doing this, it's like you're I mean, let me look at your code. How do you write it?
Yeah, I mean, so let me just like give you some context. This
Mm-hmm.
project is more like it's more like an experiment per se. It is not yet a framework. So like a lot of this stuff, as you can see from the code, is like pretty proof of concepty. So there's a lot of stuff that kind of needs to be changed. But the first thing that I wanted, like the first sort of goal was like, can we server render a React app in Rust, which is basically, rewriting a React server in Rust. And can we get like a bundler to play nice with it? Because the biggest thing is, we don't have Node in Rust
Right.
yet, right?
So there
So
is like
basically, you have to use V8. And so
yeah.
then it's hard to get a bundler to play nice with that because you try and bundle a server bundle, but then you get things like node built-ins and require, but V8 doesn't know about those.
Uh-huh.
So you have to basically like polyfill a client bundle to the server. Yeah, it's really, really like disgusting. You can actually look at there's like a webpack config file in there that's
Yeah,
like
yeah. So I know
not
what you're
fun.
talking about.
But
The there's guy. I think he did like a talk or maybe like I heard a podcast. He's like, how hard it is to build Node? It's like it seems simple. Just take V8 and everything is there. And then you realize that like set timeout is not defined in V8.
precisely. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is,
Yeah.
by the way, why I'm thinking if I'm going to add SSR to my thing, I will probably look into like just like Bon or Dino. Just like I'm not touching V8. I just want to like to have like a
Precisely.
real runtime.
So that was the conclusion with this is that if I'm gonna do it, since Dino's written in Rust, I could just server render it, using Dino, using their render to string stuff straight in Rust because they have Rust crates that I can just use.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that would be like the end all be all with this project. But to give you some more context, so at my company and most of my companies, we all write Rust, but we also like to write TypeScript front ends, like most people do and should. So, and that actually stems from, you have two founding engineers, and they're like, what's the best way to build a front end? React and TypeScript. And the other engineer's like, I think the best way to build a server is Rust. Okay, let's just give it a shot. And so you then are like, all right, now we're trying to scale and build a application and ship it to users, but there's a lot of like developer experience pain points because now you're like trying to get two languages to play nicely with each other. So it was this whole sort of thing about like the multi-language tech stack and how that works just to build a full stack application. And so at one of my companies, we built this app, found a ton of pain points, and I built a framework called Rapid that kind of addresses those things.
Uh-huh.
In short, it's basically TRPC but in Rust. So you get full stack type safety when querying or making a request out to a Rust-based backend.
Mhm.
So that's what Rapid is. But
Okay.
the other experiment is I have this like Rapid Labs repository that is basically as the name suggests, it's like a laboratory repository where I just mess around with a bunch of stuff. Maybe gets good enough to like rip out the core of the actual Rapid framework because there's over like 500K lines in it. Because I would actually hate to have to, when React server components get big, not be able to move over to them, right?
Uh-huh.
This is kind of a experiment to kind of see what the options are there, and I actually had a lot of fun kind of building out, basically the plugin SSR, but in Rust
Uh-huh.
without the plugin part.
Yeah.
So
So it's actually like really, really like fun. How do I say it? There's like more than one way to merge those things, and like the industry standard way is BFF, right? So you just do everything in Next, and when you need to call your database, instead of calling like directly to SQL, you go through some like Rust server or some other
exactly.
server, right? But you do that through HTTP or maybe what's the other ones? gRPC?
You
Like,
can also use like gRPC, like protobufs,
yeah.
all that stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the question there is uh,
The first thing is don't use gRPC. That just don't, please.
okay. I'm not that familiar with all that stuff, but
It's not worth understanding, honestly.
yeah.
Yeah, it's another like Google thing that won't be maintained in 2 years, if we're being honest.
So the problem there is that you have like component A and it has component B inside, right? And both of them need some kind of data. Do they just call each of them kind of like independently? Do you do some kind of system how in GraphQL it will like resolve all the requests into one before like going to the server, all that stuff? So it's like all of those what if component A and component B both they both need the user before they can do something, like will they independently try to get a user? Like if you need user with different fields, will your caching kind of like fall fail and like stop working for this? So this is like really not um this is like really not solved in a sense, right? It sounds easy, right? Just call a REST thing and it will work fine. But there are like so many issues with that. And what kind of like Remix is solving is they're not solving, but like proposing, right? They're like, once you have your URL, call a loader, and once you get the data back or like promises back, right? They have like defer. That's all the data that you need to load. All of your components, they just like access it through the context, and you just hope that the logic for getting that data and the logic for showing the components is matching, and you're like not overfetching, not underfetching, right? And you just like
Precisely.
I hope that it works.
Which is the same like situation you'll find yourself in if you're using Rails or Phoenix. Like both of those are like a Remix loader is basically a Rails controller, right? And the React code in Remix is basically just an ERB file in Rails. It's actually very interesting how similar remixes to some of these other like server first frameworks that aren't JavaScript.
Yeah, which
So
wasn't a
it's
coincidence,
cool.
right?
No, no. I mean, if you ask Ryan Florence, like he's a big Rails fan. So.
Yeah. So now with React Server components, every component can have its own data loading, and which and the components, like server components, could be async. So you, until you like resolve the promise in component A, you don't even know that you're going to call the component B. So this is actually
Yeah.
like a fun thing that we will like spend next 5 years to figure out.
Yeah, are you referring to like in the context of having to rebuild this architecture in Rust or Go, or are you saying like just in general, like building infrastructure with it?
So
Or
it's kind of both. So the first angle I wanna like go into is the following. If you go to like Dan's talks about like how he builds everything, he kind of like talks about React Server components. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like pipeable stream docs. React. Yeah. So the big idea that like Dan would talk about is okay, how do I find it? I guess like render to pipeable stream is like a bad example. That one already knows about how to do React Server components, but there is like another level. There is another level that Dan likes to talk about, and it's where is it? Send HTML. Yeah. So this is like his big idea. He split his React Server components implementation into thing that returns where is it? I don't really see it. Okay, send JSX, but where do you get it? Okay, so I think it was using fetch, right? So I should just look for fetch. Okay, that's the wrong fetch. Yeah, I think this one. Have you looked into this before?
Yeah, I actually the baseline of kind of all this stuff I'm doing was based off of this doc here, which is the RC from scratch stuff. So
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if you've been like following it along too with your Go stuff or.
I implemented this in Astro as a like, okay, Astro gives me like JSX, Astro gives me like this and that, so I can like quickly re-implement that without like, I don't have to go to the JSX and Express level. I can do this in Astro, so I did. So the point I want to show is this. So you separate SSR server from React Server component server, and in his implementation is like 8081 is server component server, and 8080 is the SSR server. So when you render, huh?
Yeah, no, super interesting stuff for sure.
So this is like one way of doing this in two languages. So because he's using render to string here as so you would use like a pipeable stream here instead of render to string. But the idea is that because you have your basically like client app that was generated for you, you can just like render it now and send it to the browser. You can keep this being like in JavaScript, right? By the point that where you are in client JSX, every data loading, everything that kind of like was concerned about server, it was already solved. So this kind of like begs the question, right? Which part of all of this should be done in Rust? And the
Precisely.
the fun thing about this is if you do your like React Server Components server in Rust and you do your SSR server in Node, you can actually probably use React Server Components from NPM. So you're like, I want to use Clerk. They already have some kind of like server component thing, and you will have two kinds of server components. So one is still going through the node, and one is like one is done in Rust, and this is. I think this could be like a thing. So have you looked into Waku framework?
Yes, I have.
So what they do there is you just like, hey, Waku, return me a component, right? And that server could also be like in Rust. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the fear though, is doing server components in another language could cut off a bunch of the ecosystem for sure. So that's the fear. But the thing is, like, if we don't do SSR in Rust, like the main goal with this like Rapid Labs thing is to test, are there advantages of server rendering in Rust? And my conclusion was like, it's like milliseconds, right? So in terms of speed, so it is actually faster, but is it really worth it? Not really. What is actually worth it is if you can fetch your data and write your business logic in Rust,
Yeah.
which is, you know, your server components. That's what everybody really cares about, I guess. And like the biggest thing there is getting the DX in a nice spot. Like JSX gets a little weird. You know, just all the like typical stuff you're used to with like making a React component. You would have to do that in Rust.
Right.
So, and the cool thing about that though is like Leptos has already done a lot of that work.
Yeah.
Right? So I can just import Greg's like HTML macro. You can just use that.
Yeah. So
that would be the plan. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to, is like, but once you write a lot of stuff in Rust, you just like, can I just like send a WASM and just like run my Rust code on the client as well instead of doing React?
That's another way to do it. So there's actually a Nappy RS crate that basically allows you to do this. So there's even like a fakey way that you could do it where you could like, I mean, it wouldn't be real, but you could write your server components in Rust and then, you know, basically cross compile that to Node and then run the actual server component in Node. So it's fake. So yeah, there's like a million ways. I actually I like this idea of doing it with separate servers, having a server for, you know, pre-rendering basically, right? And then having a server that runs the actual server component.
So my thinking about is kind of like the following. So the way that Dan is writing it here, he doesn't think about Rust. What he thinks about is edge runtimes. The idea is that you can start that like pipeable stream and send your header or whatnot, kind of like as soon as possible through edge runtime, and then you get your kind of like heavy components, all that stuff kind of like streamed in. So but then I'm thinking, how do you kind of like connect different languages into it? And anyway, so let me think.
Right, because running Rust at the edge right now is not easy.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it will probably never be easy, right? That's a bit of a
No, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's so. To be honest, though, Dino is kind of doing it. But if you've ever tried Netlify edge functions, the root of their issue is because it's on Dino. Netlify like edge functions are very, very slow, and they have some pretty bad like cold start issues because of the Rust runtime that they use. They're like Rust V8 runtime.
interesting.
So like, yeah, they have a giant, like, I believe it's like a 3 gigabyte Rust crate that is basically V8 rewritten in Rust, and they have to load that entire thing. So yeah, basically Dino, was not optimized for performance as soon as they decided to build on top of V. Was kind of the biggest thing, and that's why Bun is not, or not V. I'm sorry, V8, and that's why Bun is not using V8, right? They're rebuilding everything. I think it's WebKit, right?
I think the Bun is the fun one, because I think the first version was in Rust and using V8, and then they realized that like V8 is not great, and like the Rust is not great, and they switched to JS Core and Zig.
Yeah.
So going back to like just piecing everything together and trying to kind of like find where everything starts and everything ends. I think one way of thinking about this that will probably have kind of like more success in the kind of like this multiple languages thing. So what is component? And this is like closer to how like Vaku works. So what is component? React component, it goes, gets some data and returns some JSX, right? So I think once you have that, and in a sense, it's just this like component. I don't know. I just realized that you don't really see my screen, right?
I mean, I can see it on the stream, but yeah.
So I have it like that, and then I have a return div with data, right? So this is the industry standard. This is like how everything should be done. And at some point you're thinking, okay, what will happen if I just do this? So if I skip the rendering to JSX in React and I just return JSX from the server, and the benefit of this way is that you can kind of like mix and match. If everything starts from Node and you have your clerk server components, your like whatnot, and then few of the components are going to Rust, and they just, instead of getting JSON, parsing it, reparsing it at like doing all of that stuff. They just return JSX, and you just like send that JSX as is, or something similar to that. So, and this, I'm just like waiting for what Remix is going to do with server components because
Same here. Yeah.
because like what is the right kind of like what is the right pattern of like loaders and caching and all that stuff that is like close to this?
Yeah. So actually, Jacob on the Remix team,
He
at
banned me on
Remix
Twitter
Conf,
recently.
he actually gave a demo. He actually gave an RSC like demo, and he made a repository. I don't know if you've actually seen this, but it's basically I'm thinking the route they're going. At least if it's not different from what Jacob showed me, it's going to basically be component level loaders, basically.
Hmm.
So you could just export a loader in a component, right? As to the page. So I'm sure it'll be a little different, right? Because then you have,
Yeah, there are like
there's a bunch
a
of
lot
other stuff
of
there.
things that are kind of like wrong with how Next and how React does it at the time. So like, how do you get cookies? How do you get kind of like all of that lower level stuff? And in Next, it's just like, yeah, we will figure it out eventually. So, so, um, so this approach, right? So it's like, what if your like the standard is you just call your REST API and it returns you data. One step kind of like above it is what if your server returns JSX? So you presumably can do that without V8, right? You just return JSON
Right.
object.
If you're just returning HTML. Yeah.
Right. Or I mean,
Yeah. It's basically HTML.
it depends.
Or does it doesn't have to be like valid JSX though too. But yeah.
So JSX, the point about JSX is that you can put client components there inside of it. So you can say,
Right. Yeah.
here's kind of like the holes, or like here's where the children are, or something like that.
But what you had before, is that HTML or what's the comparison here actually?
So I'm showing like this. So this is like the state of the art. We're presuming that every component can get REST, some kind of data. Then they can massage the data and data dot, I don't know, like title. And so this is going to be compiled into some kind of JSX, right? So you have to imagine that this is type, I forgot how it's type, $, symbol,
Yeah.
React, and so on, right? So what if you just return that like object right from your server? So you have in Rust, you have a function like render to JSX instead of like render to JSON, right? It render to JSX that doesn't need any more kind of like massaging or like putting one field into another.
Transpiling. Yeah.
So you just return this, and I think this is kind of like the easiest and the next step that where like multi-language RCs are going to go, because if you're returning like a huge table, it could be like really expensive to run .map on it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I took a completely different angle to all of this. So my thing is that I'm not using V8 or like any JavaScript runtime at all.
Mm-hmm.
And where you are like, where is it? like here, I forgot where it was. Render to string, right? So here I'm calling render to string on my application, and I get output. I put it inside of the inside of the HTML. How do I say it? So when you're saying like, hey, I'm getting like milliseconds over Node.js, so you have to imagine that your milliseconds are there because you're doing a bit less work than like real Node.js does, right? So you polyfilled only kind of like this amount instead of like the whole amount. And you are winning because you're doing slightly less work. But if you look into it, like what is the slightly less work means? It just means that your render to string in JavaScript didn't render the head tag and like the closing HTML tag. So this is literally like hundreds of bytes less work. And so it will, in a sense, it will never be kind of like fast because you're doing exactly the same work and you're not. So in order for it to be faster, you need to do different work. And if you're doing the same work and you're just like skipping on like a few hundred bytes like here and there, it's not going to change kind of like much. So the question is like,
Right.
how do you put more work from V8 into something else?
Well, yeah, and one other thing is like you also have to remember that the advantage of actually using something other than Node is that you can do stuff faster in Go or Rust.
Yeah,
So
but what stuff?
ideally, we do as much of this work in Rust as we can, right? So it kind of depends what you're actually testing. For instance, like if you test just SSR from a Rust server versus a Node server, guess which one will be faster? It's Rust. But that's actually mainly because one, it's Rust, and two, Rust servers can actually take a HTTP request and respond faster
Right.
than a Node server by a lot. It's like 11 times faster than just
Right.
like Express or Fastify.
Yeah, but
And that's just like the server part.
yeah,
right?
imagine if you have like a huge
So it
page.
really depends like what you're testing.
Yeah. All of that stuff is going to be kind of like on the outside, and like your most time is going to be spent in like JavaScript rendering a string anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So where I went with my thing is that when I render my like HTML page, right? So like we start with doc type, then we go to where is it? Yeah, then we go to HTML tag and like head tag and body tag and so on. So
Oh, is this is a repo? I
Huh?
definitely have to see this. Is there a link?
yeah.
Let me see it.
I just started writing this, but it's kind of like the same
Nice.
the same thing that I had before. So once I have this page, and this page actually has I mean, maybe not this one. Do I have it? Yeah, I don't have it here yet. Let me go to the one that has. I'm rewriting my demo right now, so okay. So here it is. So I have this page, right, which is the h function is like I think it's hyperscript, or like I always forget how they call it, but every framework usually has like JSX version, like H version, and like HTML tag. Not HTML, how this just string literal kind of like tag. So like there are like three kind of like main ways of like authoring of authoring components. So this is using H, which is like really easy to transpile JSX to H functions. That's how like the whole idea came from. So I can have holes. So I call it island. So once I have a call, it's like, and here's like the client component that is written in JavaScript, but everything else is just this H function that I call from Go, and it returns an object. That object has like a tag name, children, props, and all that stuff. So I can render that H function to string completely in Go. I'm skipping like everything, everything that is like related to React. And the point is that this is how like Astro is faster than React, right? This is how this is how like PHP faster than React. They don't do all of that isomorphic stuff. You can just have pages that are just HTML, right? And if your page grows, if it has more and more content, but the whole content could be generated in Go, I don't have to spin up V8, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're just returning HTML.
Right. And so in a sense, just like how you have your like index HTML and you have like holes for SSR content, I like my framework does more with that index HTML. This is not just like a starter, like empty thing. You can put as much as your application kind of like as possible there. So if Go is like rendering 10 times faster than React, the more content that you put there, the faster your like overall content is going to be. And the next step that I want to go into, like if I want to do isomorphic stuff, this is where it's going to be like, because React has streaming and all that stuff right now, I can spin up, say, bun, and I can send it client component, and I can say, hey, bun, please return me a stream of that client component. And I just like redirect that stream to the client React, right? So of course it's going to be slower than Go, right? But it's going to be like as fast as React running in Bun. So for those components that require interaction, I'm as slow as React, but everything that I can put outside of React, I'm as fast as like rendering in PHP, Go, and so on.
Right.
But those are Go server components that are not, those are not React server components. So if I have clerk or something like that, right, it's just not going to work because it's like it's not written in Go.
Exactly.
So
that's the fear for sure.
Yeah. So the way that I have to actually write my SSR function that I'm sending to Bun is it has to be SSR for React server components. So if in that hole I can put clerk, that thing have to come from like Bun or Dean or whatnot or V8. So it has to run there. So I will have to have like two kinds of server components. And the crazy question is like, how do I make sure that I'm like signed in first before I start rendering my Go code? It's like, can I use React server components first and check that? And in my system, like you wouldn't be able to do like set cookies or something like that, probably. I don't know. I haven't written it yet, but I'm just like imagining that it's probably not going to work because it's like at that point when I'm starting rendering in Node, I already sent like HTML to the client.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some trade-offs no matter what with the multi-language route, and I think it's just going to have to be like figuring out which ones are, the least worse, right?
Yeah. And this is actually the like the angle how I kind of like started to think about it is Astro, because like will Astro support React Zero components? If yes, in what way? Because I know why they will need to support React Zero components, because someone will go to them and say, hey, there is this nice React Zero components that adds like a clerk, right? Like adds users and stuff. I want to use that in Astro. How do I do that? And they will need to figure out the answer. And that one is like all of it is in JavaScript, but it's still like a distinct server and not server parts, which is
Yeah,
working kind of like similar or maybe the same.
yeah, it's definitely and then it's like even if this is accomplishable, is it even worth actually using something like this?
Right.
Um, yeah, so
I mean, that's,
it may or may not be worth it, but
yeah.
no, it's for me it's a fun project right now. Lots of learning happening and but definitely, dude, I will take a look at your source code and we should try and kind of maybe pair on stuff once in a while and just kind of like compare each other's code because I've got a bunch of stuff that's kind of similar here. I can tell we both kind of follow this like RSD from scratch stuff from
Yeah.
Dan. So
Yeah, so my thing is
yeah,
that I'm
cool.
doing this kind of like while I'm in between jobs. I just want to see how far I can go, and the if I go the route of like let me just recreate the whole like V8 runtime, I will just like not finish. I will just like not accomplish anything. So
Yeah.
yeah, so I have a question for you, right? Because you work in this like double language system. I do too. We use like Elixir on the back end and React on the front end, but our system is simpler and we have easy answers on like what goes where. How do you choose what do you want to write in like what language, and how does that kind of like solve your how does that lead you to some kind of like solution that should like answer that question, right? Because it's like we have people who only want to use SQL from Rust because it has like proper ORM libraries instead of like JavaScript ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, I actually, so I recently started a meetup here in Cincinnati with Deb actually, and gave a talk on, you know, basically it was just the multi-language tech stack, like the implications of it, how it actually works at a startup and at scale too. Because the multi-language stack at a startup, as you could guess, is very different from the multi-language stack used in enterprise with back-end teams and front-end teams. So for me, it was like it started with like you have a back-end engineer and a front-end engineer, or just a full stack engineer that knows multiple languages. If you've written any Go or Rust, I think you can probably reasonably conclude that um, Rust and Go are more, at least in my opinion, and from my experience, are more like I guess polished languages when it comes to some of their like core like language features, like having enums that actually make sense and are actually usable, and type systems that uh, you know make sense. So when you're writing like business logic code, I've actually found that our teams and myself are a lot faster writing backend code in Rust or Go. Rust in our case, just like it's just a lot easier, right? Because a lot of the code on the back end that you're writing is different from front end code, and yeah, it's just easier to interface with a database, handle and return errors, instead of actually throwing them, back at the client. So it's just like it's more natural, and it also kind of it just feels right. And so I mean, I actually did. I mean, like my background is TypeScript and Node. I actually, first ever language was Python. I got introduced into web dev through like Django, and then went straight into like Vue and React and all these things. So I didn't know any like low level language up until Go, and then I learned Rust. And so it was one of those things where definitely like once you learn one of those lower level languages, you'll learn that at least the ones that aren't that don't make you lose your sanity. So I'm not referring to C and C++, but
Yeah.
you'll start to learn that you know again, I sort of had to ask myself the question, like, why not just use the best tools? Like what, like the best tools for the job. So if I disregarded the implications of partnering X and Y, and just, if I had to solve just backend, what's the best way to build a backend? It's in Rust or Go. That's just my opinion, right? And then best way to build a front end, like everybody knows, you're gonna have to write some amount of JavaScript, right?
Or
So that's kind of how we
HTMX.
like, or yeah, right. So that's kind of how like I decide that. It's just like pinpointing the language. It takes, I guess, it's really just comes down to like an opinion. It's hard to make like a data driven thing here. But
I'm
yeah,
just
I mean,
curious
I've
how
just found that.
you define like business logic, or like what are the things that you're solving? Because I think the easiest way, especially if you look at bond, right? You can do like import like this from like this dot eras, right? You can imagine that like those integrations with like Rust or something like that, where you can just like easily call this function, and it's either going to be um, so like in case of Bun, I think they use like FFI. So you just call like just Rust, right?
Oh
And
yeah. The way how you can like import Rust or Go.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you can imagine that like the simplest step from now on, it's going to be you get remix, you run it in Bun, and you just write your loaders and actions in Rust. Because this setup that will require like the least amount of work. You do start with JavaScript, right? So like your first byte is going to be sent from JavaScript, but it's going to be sent from like Bond, right, instead of Node. So it's going to be like it's not going to be as fast as Go or Rust, but it's going to be kind of like fast enough.
Yeah, and the benefit there is you get to write your business logic in a more sound
Yeah.
language.
So I
So
wonder
yeah, I
if
mean, and
when you talk business logic, I wonder if like loaders and actions is all that you mean.
kind of. I mean, I'm just talking about like, you know, data and rendering of data. So there's the logic where, you're going to a database, you're processing payments, all the typical like stuff you want to do on a server.
Hmm. Yeah. So I wonder if like if I would to imagine like the way that it could go, it's literally like remix on Bond, and you import .rs files. So this next step is that in RS you will have this function of like render to maybe, yeah. So imagine inside of Rust, for a loader, you can return leptos HTML, right? So leptos can just return to HTML without like a client code, without like sending WASM, right? So you call a loader, and that loader responds with HTML, so that you can write your markup in Rust as well. So this is kind of like step 2.
Right, and like the problem I have with this route though is that you don't get to benefit from the performance gains of Rust though,
Why not?
right? Well, if you're just going to import it straight into Bun, well, I guess if it depends on if you are still using a Rust server. So okay, yeah, I mean, I guess
So,
that's
so you would use uh so like imagine in 3 years Bun is like has globally distributed like edge runtime and all that stuff. Your first byte sent from Bun is probably going to be faster than your first byte sent from Rust. Just
yeah.
geographically speaking, right? If you're talking to edge runtime, that where the where kind of like JavaScript is moving to.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
but you can author a lot of your stuff in Rust, and like all the kind of like logic parts in like just
Mhm.
as kind of like loaders or actions or whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think this is more in line with all of the microservices and whatnot. Like, people don't want to give up that idea. And I think if you're just saying, oh, we have this API that returns REST and now it returns like JSX, no one will kind of like bat an eye. It's like, yeah, sure, okay, that's fine. As long as it's like a microservice, it does like just this one thing. But there is definitely kind of like whole alternative level of right just calling a server that returns an HTML, and that HTML has like HTMX, and it can call my server again, and then I don't have to do anything in React. I can do everything through like links and whatnot. Have you played with HTMX yet?
I have. Yeah, I have. It's I still don't know if I would like use it for anything like super like legit, but I have like recommended it to some people that have like, you know, less client side needs.
Yeah. And the HTMX, like I call it live view light, because like if you take HTMX to the kind of like to the extreme, you will get to live view. And what's going on there?
Good comparison. Yeah.
And live view is like everything is in Elixir. If you want to click a button, that's Elixir. If you want to like do this or that, that's Elixir. You can write your custom JavaScript to do kind of like client side only interactions, but the preferred or like the cool way of doing that, if you have Elixir component that just like generates that that JavaScript, right? So like if Elixir would have been more popular, they just like Elixir things are just like React server components, and you just like pick one from npm that does like this client thing and this server thing at kind of like all at the same time. And you can build a live view for Rust. it is an option.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, there's a lot of there's definitely like so many like ideas and options for like random side projects, and I just don't have time to like try any of them out. So definitely go and mess with that one while you have time, kind of in between jobs for sure.
Yeah, so we have a question in chat, like, what are you guys even doing? So I will answer that quickly. So I have this project. It's on strike.fly.dev. I guess I can just like send it, and it's a server framework, but once you load it on your page, it will hydrate as a React uh, client application. So like everything that you see here is like all rendered through React. You can have completely kind of like React components that you can click on, and it's like it has its own internal state. But when you click on about, it goes to the server, and server returns like a new server prop. Server counter is like 1. If I click on it again, server counter is 2. So you can have this is like similar to Astro. They have islands where you can have client components, and Astro is working right now on their own kind of like SPA mode, but it's not ever going to be kind of like compatible with, not compatible, it's like it's not going to compete with React. I think it might, but I don't feel like they will. But this is very similar to that idea of just like I just generating the page on the server, and if that page has some kind of like new data, just just use that new data. And Darren here is playing with kind of like similar idea, but from a bit different angle. And his thing is in Rust, but it has SSR. Mine doesn't. If you go to the page, it's actually like loading first, and then once everything hydrated, you can see the counter. Okay, I kind of like...
Yeah, I'll actually have to
Uh-huh.
get a demo up for mine, which kind of reminds me. So yeah,
I kind of have to run. I have probably like, I don't know, like 5 more minutes. So do you have anything
cool.
you wanna?
I mean, I actually have to run soon too, but yeah, I mean, I'm super glad I was able to hop on, and dude, we should definitely stay in touch. I see all your tweets on Twitter, so I'll shoot you a ping if I have some updates on this stuff. But yeah, there's not a lot of people messing with multi-language stuff, specifically in like React server components. So there's definitely kind of an opportunity here to kind of build something in it and kind of see where it goes for sure. So
Yeah. And it's
I think it really gained traction with a lot of companies right now that are used to the multi-language stack, which is almost every scaling business, you know. So it's definitely kind of a hurdle with RSCs, is telling companies that they have to step away from all their org structure and maybe even microservices too, and other languages and tooling, because now these front end devs have this new thing called React server components, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely a question of like, we got a question, right? What's the difference between this and Next.js SSR? It's like Next.js SSR, like the first part is that it's running like a node. The second part, it's Next. Next is like not the fastest, not the like most performant, right? So it's anyone can compete with Next, which is like beating Next is like the easy part. It's beating Next at the performance, right? It's you need to beat Next at the kind of like development experience and some other things, because people who use Next, they don't care about performance. They're just happy with like the way it is, and
Exactly.
yeah, and they just it's funny. Like when you talk to like Next fans and you like just ask like simple questions like, have you thought about that? Do you know what your like bundle size is going to be? Do you know like this or that? And they're like, nope, it just works. I don't care.
Yeah, and now they've had to deal with Next 13 and server components, all these things, and like Next.js used to also be the kind of old like reliable React like meta framework, right? And now a lot of devs are having to like move over to RSCs. So
Yeah, I
super
mean,
interesting stuff for
it would
sure. I
have
mean,
been.
all the companies that I know have had major issues with server components, so far at least. But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's just. Is it still actually in beta, or did they say it's 1.0, the next like after, or am I?
Yeah, so they had this event in San Francisco, which was like Vercel launch week, and they called everything stable except for server actions, while it's using
Okay,
like Canary build of React. And it's vendored in Canary build because
that's what I was gonna. Yeah,
you can't use just like React from npm, even if you use the same version, because like your cache is not going to work or something like that, the React cache. Because like I tried to do that for Astro, and I was like, oh, I guess like I can't unless
but
I.
yeah, they have some stuff that's not like open sourced yet or something, or it's like
It is all open source. It's just like not. It,
on npm
yeah, you can't
in
just use
release.
that.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the problem. They're like, oh, we're just playing with APIs. We're trying to figure this out, which is now stable, and everything is using it by default.
Yeah, and the dev server slows down after you had like 5 pages.
Yeah, and I was just going to say like React would have been fine. Like everyone would have been still happy with Next and like the old reliable.
Oh yeah.
If we didn't happen, like remix didn't happen, all that stuff that just like eating everyone's lunch, and they're like, but we're building such a cool feature that is like, who cares if it's like 2 times slower, but it's a cool feature.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's wrap it up. Yeah, thank you for jumping in, and yeah. We'll see where all of this is going.
All right, cool.
Okay.
See you guys.
Yeah, let me boot you off the call first. And let me turn it off. I don't know where to turn it off. Okay, here. And yeah, that's it for now. I will probably try to edit that like the interview part out, and maybe I can like republish it somewhere, but not today.